Hey everyone, how you doing? Hopefully your week has gone well. It's Friday, which as normal would be me working my way through Endwalker, but I did throw up a poll during the week to see if, because I've been kind of itching to do more with the Grump here and get him further and further through Endwalker and just doing it in little... Hey, Kisu. I may be switching up my schedule a little bit and just playing 14 Endwalker until it's done, and then going back to my other games of Bravely Default 2 and Super Robot Wars, just because I've kind of, the downtime in between, I'm like, I want to get back on this. I wanted to talk more about the game and what I've noticed and what I've heard and from watching other people stream. So my schedule may be hijacked by Endwalker until it is done, as kind of identified by the change in the stream title, which I'm sure will be a bit worrisome for those who like the Bravely Defaults and the Super Robot Wars, but they are not going away. They're just being pushed back a little bit till I can get Gogon through Endwalker. So rather than kind of stand around talking about it, we have the other half to do. Because remember, you had a branching path of which way you wanted to go first. Whether you want to stay here and help out, or if you wanted to go to Radz at Han. We'll move along with that, and we end up being test subjects. I think I mentioned last time that I was under the theory, because we knew that the moon was going to be a thing. We're going to be going to the moon. And I had feelings that Charlian was trying to get us to the moon potentially temporarily to get away and come back after the whole Final Days situation was done and dealt with, just kind of how they escaped and then recolonized previously. That's how Charlian got made in the first place. And this whole concept of being able to... they introduce a way to teleport without having to be attuned to an aetherite. Because normally, is for the maybe the unfamiliar, you technically cannot normally, just go to a location without having attuned to the aetherite there first. I think the only time you've ever been able to do it and circumvent that was with the process of when you went to go deal with Shiva back in Heavensward. But now we're being introduced with a method to somehow manage that without having being attuned. Which brings up ideas, but to me at least, the idea of, okay, so perhaps this is going to be the process for how we get to the moon. We would have a aetherite launched to the moon's surface somehow, or flung at it. Otherwise, it's just sent there, and then you use this new device to get you there. My mind was going all over the place during this story, as you can probably tell. So I'm very, we're still in the opening cutscene for this side. I'm already talking about, oh man, because my brain was already buzzing from Labyrinthos. So you get your testing pair of aetherites, so you test this, and then later on, oh hey, this is how we're getting to the moon. Allowing people of all sorts to teleport. We just need you to sign this waiver first. He actually struggled to find his test subjects. I'm not entirely sure why. Don't let him see your fear. Yeah, see, this is another part where I started thinking maybe this is like that clue of this idea being taken and used for teleporting to the moon. That's why the guy got shanghaied by the secret project of the forum. There are a couple points during this story where I just, if you could just see the Discord conversations I have with my sibling, where I just start going on theory crafting sprees about what could be coming up next. A lot of people like that buzzsaw scythe, which is, well, either they like it or they just that's the Skaven level 70 tombstone scythe. So it's not surprising that you see those everywhere. But it's also a fun design. Okay, she's beep booping something.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
Unless you're coming along.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
I get to dodge this bullet.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Please stand on these 3 rather inconspicuous smears on the ground, if you would. The fact that she literally runs away too does not instill confidence.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
And hopefully back out of it at the end. Seeing that device actually means more to me now, having beaten the game. The expansion.
Oh, and one last thing.
Don't sneeze.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
You may suffer a little bit absolute anguish. Bye-bye now. Ta-da! Now, as some people have noticed, I use reshade to make things a bit more colorful. It makes Radzat Han look very, very colorful. Look how bright and colorful this is.
From the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Until people wondered how a man could become neutral. Did I always have claws for hands?
This vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Other than get sick.
What chance?
And that good
Such an insidious foe.
as aether sickness. I think I need to up the background music a little bit. I've kind of been messing with the dials because I've on my character who's already been done with this with MSQ. I've been doing a bunch of other stuff on the side, and so like I've been having some background, other things playing in the background. So I've turned like the music down.
Fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Well, I do feel pretty clammy, Estinian.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
We are not happy.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
By the way...
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Where did he go, by the way? I'ma do it. Actually, can I just send my funnels over just to grab him and pull him back? But yeah, first things first, let us up the background music a little bit. There we go. And our new area. Huh. Oofadoodle. Estinian, wait. Hold on. By the gods, there's actually someone here. $19,800. I don't know. Don't you do it. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Wait a second. I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. I thought it just slightly odd that you're charging 20,000 gil for some drinks. That's that's like, I think it's like basically $200 worth for three drinks, rather for something you can get for a couple bucks. There you go. Yeah, that's what, like a 10th, 100th of that? Thank you. Can I drink mine first? Stay away from the markets. No. Oh, I was about to say, can I go just do this? No, I'm still blug. You know what? Out of spite, I'm doing it anyway! Can't stop me. So I don't have to do that ever again. Hey guys. How you feeling? I'm just a little bit absolutely livid. Hi, Ariane J. For you. This is coming from someone who I'd rather swim for miles, says the guy who literally developed a spell to walk on water to avoid having to swim. Yeah, we needed to have this a little bit louder. The goofy groove music. So, you may have noticed I titled this stream Dancing with the Disaster Trio. That's the term I've started taking for calling the group of Thancred, Urianger, and Estinian. They just seem like a trio that just cause problems. And the scene kind of sets that pretty clearly from the get-go. Oh, hey, you got yourself a rubber band. Wait. How much did that rubber band cost you? How much did it cost, Estinian? I told you to stay within the markets. Almost $100 for a rubber band. Way to go, Estinian. $100 scrunchie. Alphino spending a large amount of money on a katana at some point. Tatar was not happy. We gotta drag him. We got to drag him. On that particular subject, I'm not gonna say anything. See, the lad is a lot more friendly and, kind of good-natured, so he tries to, keep things on the level, keep things friendly and cordial. I call Gogon the Grump for a reason, so if, I feel like that one of the snarky answers fits his character, I would definitely use them. In the beginning, there were elephants. They're well known as a major trading power, so why are they swindling people at a, resort town? So once we are free to roam around, I'm actually going to get a detour completely away from the town for a second to grab an aether current that I actually completely missed and did not find until way later. So let us go grab that first. Well, after we get our... Talk to the gem monkey. Hello. Also, I feel like I mentioned this in the first stream, but it seems a couple people do not know this still. If you are in a new zone, you can fight in, participate in 6 fates to reach rank level 2, which lets you buy a scroll that lets you move faster around the area. However, in order to keep the Fenrir from looking weird by going slow, it always acts as if you have that speed increase. So, here, from this rock to that rock. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, stop. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. It's a Mog Station item, but if you're willing to put down the money for it, it is invaluable for getting around places fast in new expansions and when new zones and stuff are added. The first time you could really abuse it was in Shadowbringers, but we may have a bunch of new folks here for Endwalker, so I always highly recommend either doing the 6 Fates or picking up Yon Motorbike. Other fun thing to note, there is a vista point on top of this building. If it's a jumping puzzle, I have no idea how to get to it. Maybe I missed something completely obvious, because yeah, you can see it right there. I actually spent way too much time jumping around trying to figure out a way up there. Ultimately just came back when I had flying. And did that instead. I want to go to there. How do I get to there? Now we get to find out what's going on in this town. Fruits left out way too long. Oh, wait, before I go that far away. I missed this guy before as well and had to double back. People avoiding the town because of the tower. Yep. Well, it's pretty obvious what's going on right now. Thanks to the whole situation with the tower and the monsters that come out of it. People don't want to come to, you know, this port. And a port thrives on its imports and exports, so that's not happening. People do not want to come to Yedley. Right over here. We'll just take a shortcut. Have a nice little bath. Sea salt bath. Everyone put putting sea salt into everything, right? Some ships. Quality guaranteed. If you can actually just come and get it, please. I am here. Hello. No, that's his brother. You're not a merchant? Then don't talk to me. I'm very busy. He's very angry and busy. He's very bangry. Anzi? He's not in a good spot right now. I am intrigued by the elephant. Let's go speak to the elephant. Hello! Yeah, that was like 5 seconds ago. No one is buying our fish. Apparently, whatever people tell me to do. Aw, he's a little nervous, fisherman. Now this thing is actually kind of interesting, as I'm usually pretty good at these, but in my first run of trying to sell the fish, I was only able to sell one. And it was to this gentleman over here. Because it's one of these little skill tree challenges. Fortunately, you don't need to succeed in all of them. But you also cannot retry it if you get it wrong. The funny thing is, I think this is what kind of threw me off the wrong path, because with this guy, it's just, you're striking up a conversation, and in part of it you go, "Hey, want some fish?" Like, that flows together. You kind of talk to him and it's like, "Oh, hey, you talked about eating. Well, hey, I have some fish." So I thought that was kind of the pattern it was going to be. So I followed that path of being just chatty with the other two, and it did not work as well. Sold the fish! Let's see if we can do any better, because I actually do not even remember my choices for the other two off the top of my head. Here we go. The funny thing is, I think I vaguely remember this one and where I probably could have gone with it. We need all four. Do you like fish? Because I have fish! Hey! There we go. Now we've actually improved over my first run through. It's on you. I'm glad I already ate. I did that old thing of where, you know, I heat up a pizza and go, I'll have half of this now, half of this later, and I end up eating the entire pizza. So I'm a bit inoculated against food talk making me hungry. Though I'm apparently really good at bringing it up when making other people hungry, considering when I last streamed with Jason, over Jason plays games on Twitch. Jason, what plays the games on Twitch? It should be known for the curious that I did do all the side quests for the first zone. I just did them off screen just to I'm sticking to primarily just showing off the main story quests line here. Maybe the role quest, because I actually have done all the role quests at this point with the other character. And either one might be worth showing off for those who've not seen it. Busy. This is probably going to be a fail sale. Oh, there you go. Failed. Oops. Still, that's improvement over, again, 2 sales over just 1. I would not be surprised if that was the answers I gave to him the first time as well and just did not remember. So I remember a bunch of things, but like little bits like that, you know. Oh no, I don't remember every detail of the fish selling thing other than I did kind of bad at it. Maybe if someone else could tell me what how they manage it. Do you just mention the fish to that guy and immediately go, "Hey, fish, eat it! Eat the fish!" And yeah, I'm curious what all 3 messages are. Because, yeah, hey, maybe there's even 4. I bet you if you... Though, I'm not sure I'd want to try to actively fail selling all 3 fish. But I would not bid past this that there's a different, you know, bit for each one. Especially since it's not voiced. Yeah, geez, my days. Sorry, I'm not 100% here. Mostly because this morning I forgot that I still had Fridays off. So I woke up ready to log in to work for the day. First thing in the morning, and it's like, oh, wait a second. I could go back to sleep, but my body was like, nope, you're awake, you're staying awake, so... I used that time to do some prep work behind the scenes. messed around with some things. If I decide to do all the role quests on this character, I might need to do a fair bit of prep work because unlike the other character, like the lad, I stopped capping everything around Heavensward mid Stormblood times. So we're talking, 20 to 30 levels worth of leveling to get them to where they need to be. Good thing we taught him how. Kind of. Come on, you saw me fumble my way to 2 sales. You can do that. Just look at the 3 options and pick one. Or 2. It's a coin flip. So yeah, once we are avoiding doing the main side quests on stream, those will get clipped. So apologies if seeing all the exclamation points bother you as much as they bother me. But it does mean we get to avoid, I think one of them has the first instance of one of the other new little modes that they introduced in this game, which I am less fond of. The whole having someone follow you around and do stuff, that's fun. The inverse of where you have to follow someone else and they're being, without being seen in particular, has felt very, very clunky. And I am not much of a fan of it. And I'm actually trying to remember where the first time you actually do it in the MSQ is. Because I know the first time I ran across it was in a side quest here. Yeah, this one. We can do the first one and get the Aether Current. I may not, just to bypass it. Though that also unfortunately meant that we kind of bypassed Shaggles in Labyrinthos, and I love Shaggles. But that's going to be a thing. I don't want to show everything, and those quests like that, I definitely feel like if you are interested in knowing what that's all about, you gotta go check it out yourself. Though currently, apparently, they are stopping sales of the game because it's doing too well. Please stop. Please do not try the award-winning MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, which includes so on and so forth. I don't know why I hit these just because they have an exclamation point over their heads, even if I never use the Choco Keeps, because why would I? I know where that Aether current, which one the compass is pointing to. And it's kind of obnoxious because it's literally... This zone is split into two halves, just like, well, Labyrinthos is tiered. But much like in Shadowbringers, these are both zones where you do part of them now and then you do the rest of them later. And the split can be rather drastic. He's up there and he needs help. But I'm pretty sure there's an Aether current like right over here, so... There it is. There it is! We'll just grab this first. I'm sure he's fine. Give me this. Actually, it's going to be interesting doing a lot of this stuff as a healer as opposed to DPS, because I did all the MSQ on the lad as a samurai. You know, I'm here what to do the big number. I have come to do a violence. And a violence is what I do. Fortunately, Phlegma seems to be doing just fine. Oh. Shield break! That was a mistake. For you! We saved the fisherman. The fisherfint. Yeah, I got most of today was spent grinding some stuff for side things. I decided to actually level Reaper as well. So I had to unlock it and get it geared up and start working on that. So a lot of the downtime was spent doing that. So I may, if I feel in certain dungeons we want a different crew, I may alternate between Sage and potentially Reaper once I get up 2 levels, because I can think of one dungeon in particular I think I want a set crew for, which mostly comes, oddly enough, from I've also been doing, I was crazy and decided to do some trust leveling, and so I've been running a lot of the dungeons of Endwalker a fair bit. Including yeah, so seeing some of the character banter makes you want to mix things up and see if we can get some different banter together. Maybe even banter I haven't seen before. I did such a big I knew it sort of thing for this because obviously with all the huge Final Fantasy IV references I was seeing with Endwalker, I had a feeling that the Tower of Babel / Tower of Zot was going to show up. I actually assumed that the big tower in Garlemald would be called the Tower of Babel, and somewhere I think because it's been a long time since I played 4. I conflagrated them to both being the same tower, but I do believe I was corrected at some point that the Tower of Zot is the bottom. It is technically the same tower, but the Tower of Zot specifically was for the part of the tower in the underworld. When you go down for the dark crystals and hang out with the dwarves and their tanks. So I felt very, very vindicated when I saw Tower of Zot, but also confused because I thought, well, I was like, oh wait, so what are they going to call the tower in Garlemald? Because I thought it was the same name for the same tower, rather than the tower having 2 different names for 2 different halves. Matsuya has very quickly solidified the point that he does not have a lot of confidence. Sure enough. And fish! Please! We have so much fish. We need to sell it. Please consume our fish. I believe this would be the proper time you would have gone by and saw that Aether Current. But, you know, it's my Aether Current and I need it now. North? 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 Nolan North? We'll look over there later, I think. We're taking the long way around just so I can get this little piece of map here. There's also that platform out there, which actually, in my first run, I literally swam all the way out there just to get it on my map and get the experience for it. I'm impatient, you see. Mr. Kangaroo. If you would, please. Well, if you have godfish, I'll take those. The Murga. Have a full Elephantheon. And the other one's over here. Asvedaya. Not sure how you got the mite from their head, but okay. Still, they just did they did a white elephant and just trade each other heads and had peace. 3 of our most revered deities. Deities? And there they are. Another Final Fantasy IV reference. Cindy. Sandy. And Mindy. Cindy, Mindy, and Sandy. The Mega Sisters. A boss in Final Fantasy IV popped up again as I think a secret boss and follow-up summon in Final Fantasy X. Reimagined here as a trio of divinities. And then they're dragons. They're special. They're kind of special. Just like we were kind of special. Sorry, that's a reference to Shaggles, the Shaggles quest, because Shaggles is a little baby Yeti, and you can talk to it. No one else can. And one of your responses for like, why you can do it is just, I'm kind of special. Did we just become best friends? Do I go do karate on the garage? We have a dragon friend. A Dragali. How could you possibly do that? You're not at war with them for 1,000 years first? Nidana is next. Yeah, that way-ish. Someone has a crush. Alright. We'll take the road just so I can also double check to see if this one is also here or if it's across the Great Divide. If you don't know what I mean by the Great Divide, I did mention that there's a part here, no, you can go to now and a part you can go to later. Down there is the part where you can go to later. And you figure, hey, you could just jump down. No. They can't. Not allowed. It's not allowed! Can't go that way. So yeah. So instead of over here to the Great Work, which is also interesting because it has this lattice work of land above it. And I would have totally thought a vantage point, like a vista, or a Aether Current would have been up there. If there is, I have yet to find... well, I know there's not an Aether Current. But if there was a Vista up there, I have yet to find it. Also, everyone's dead! Did this place already get hit? Because this is a place that was supposed to be helping deal with the whole Zot situation? Oh, wait.
What happened here?
Violence happened.
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
They even magicked.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Be prepared for anything.
Oh, we have guests.
Including a lab with a basket. Get him!
You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
My, that is a very large spear you have.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
They were working too hard, so I had to put them all to sleep. Forcefully. That's actually not the case.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
They are delicious and nutritious.
Scales? We have new scales?
I'm up! I'm up! Save me a piece. I want to eat those scales.
My friends, gather round. I have them right here.
I'm gonna eat them.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
After eating them.
Many thanks.
Save some for me. I want to eat those.
Those are dragon scales.
Extra delicious. I should know.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
They're actually research materials.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
Dragon fruit. It is not as good as it sounds.
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Then every talisman, woman, and child will have one.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Who are you?
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Air quotes.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The Cindy and Sandy, but not Mindy.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
I'm so glad I ate that scale.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Curious that it concerns you so.
I mean, you came with a giant basket full of dragon scales. I just want to know where I can go and get some. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I like a few dragon scales with a big cup of coffee. Don't judge.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Lawful, you say?
That is well.
You blinked, I win.
You must be quite familiar with dragons,
Ah!
yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
They can smell the science!
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
He's got the wiggly fingers.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
A good yarg would have been really good there. Yarg!
Dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
I definitely appreciate that they have, that they're having these little bits of levity in here.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Considering we're dealing with no towers that are tempering people and, barfing out monsters, we still have the wherewithal to have a few goofy moments.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
To make the greatest work.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Hold on. I got a motorcycle across this bridge. Hello! So we have a method to undo tempering. And now they're talking about making an item that keeps you from being tempered in the first place. Between the two, the whole idea of tempering could get very much just sorted. Could such a thing be possible? Well, it's still in the testing phase. I might have to go through a few iterations first. Maybe adjust the code a little bit, because someone forgot a semicolon. And the system just flipped out over it. Or, the code would be completely fine. You used the exact same code on another page, but this page doesn't like it. Not speaking from experience or anything. They're extra dense with magic. Now, I haven't done any of the crafting quests yet, but I would It would be remiss if the Alchemist questline does not have you come over here at least a little bit. I'd rather not be a Stydian. Guard duty. Okay, that's nothing new. Okay, yeah, this is where they actively say that these guys are literally working so hard that they passed out. So I would not be thinking beyond it that they, you know, that the kid put a sleeping spell on them. It's like, no, you need to rest. I am forcing you to rest. So, you know, that would have been a believable response, even if it wasn't the right one, at least in my mind. Probably isn't helping is that, you know, I've been up since, you know, my normal wake-up time for a work day, and I'm here listening to this nice, chill, relaxing music of Thavnair. I do have a drink here to help keep me up, but, you know. That gentle music is very soothing and lulling. So let's get something funkier. Yeah, like, look at this last work of, you know, land bridges. You'd figure something would be up there. There isn't. Instead, we come here to the perfumed rise with the Drunken Deepa. Drink a Deepa and enjoy. I think considering the things we've climbed, a small hill is not the most daunting of tasks. Behold! The culmination of all of our research. A lamp! Touch nothing but the lamp. Oh, yes, because that's something I want to deal with again. That reminds me, I need to do the holiday event at some point too, before the end of the month. I think it's the fall too far behind thing. I actually don't know if you can actually really go that far back where it actually fails, as long as you know where it ends up. It or any other quest like that. You can always find it. Don't need to hurl? That's a good sign. The funniest thing is, yeah, you know, be near it for the blast, but if you sit next to it like this, it will yell at you that you're too close. Yep, both are fine, thank you. I don't know, we have to keep wandering around for each blast, though. Couldn't you just be like in one spot and just get blasted 4 times? I'll know if the wandering around is necessary. Good old Blessing of Light continuing to hold. Now I can stop talking about our potential discharge and deal with his final discharge. I could have workshopped that statement a lot better than I did. She's right over there. Can you please pick me up and carry me 10 feet over there? Yes, please, take the lamp. I touch nothing but the lamp. Cave of Wonders will leave me alone. Spirit weed? $4.20 smoke spirit weed every day. Yeah, we're once again being pointed to the aether current that is across the Great Rift. Here. Huh? What? Oh, is that all? Please try again. I dare you. Time to go up onto the highest of rises. Oh, I need to grab that mount so I can go forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then go one step forward. No, I don't know. Please explain to me excruciating detail. I don't know. Now, I believe There's either a... Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. There is a Vista Point. I always thought there was a an Aether Current here for some reason, but it's not. It's like down there. Again, beyond the rift, where we are not allowed to go. And I'm pretty sure that Vista is flight only because I only got it after the fact while flying. Believe it or not, shocking everyone. While I was doing fate grinding here for rank 3. Because I wanted the music. That's another crazy thing I've put plenty of time into. On the other character, I have all zones rank 3 fate.
Yes, that would be Radzad Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
I assume they do, but...
Completely. Without the satrap and his line, Radzad Han would not exist. Long ago, this island was home to 2 tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
They ended up at the place where the Aura came from and just started invading their areas and being a problem.
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Those dang Hjor! How dare they?
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Han to thrive all these years.
It's an interesting concept. You know, just that the main leader only steps in if they're like big problems. Otherwise, everyone else kind of has, I guess, a committee or something?
And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
Nor our country fence. It's like every pony. I just kind of forced the trope. Gotta eat more scales!
There's a delay with the vessel. I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Hey!
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
How convenient. I went to the one tower that has stuff happening around it.
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name?
If this is referencing something, I may still not, I don't think I actually figured this one out. So if someone wants to...
Owen?
Oklahoma, where the wind comes blowing through the...
Another body.
Maybe another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail? Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
So why don't I just corrupt them? That causes them to get tempered faster.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Okay, can you just stop what you're doing? That'd be the greatest enemy against yourself. Stopping whatever this plan is. Eh? Eh? No, you're not. He's kind of, just dismissive. Oh, I could totally stop them. I'm not going to, because we wouldn't have a plot if I stopped them right now. But I could have. We're going to take a different vehicle back. Because I want to. I can have a little sip of drink while we enjoy the drive. Hey! Hey! Out of the road! Pedestrians. You know? This is not built for off-roading. There's no signage anywhere. I need to go to a gas station. Chicago keep. Because it's there. And now for my favorite mount to use with this guy, just because it just fits his ego real well. Just me riding around on some flaming wheels with my arms crossed like this ain't a big deal. Check me out. Why don't you ride around in this kind of style, huh? That's what I thought. I need on it. Isn't much, but have $11. Boy! It's errand. Giant Skull is an interesting material because there are actually some weapons from all the way back in A Realm Reborn that are described as Giant Skull. They're made out of Giant Skull, and it's this very, very colorful rock. And they're like rainbow-hued rock weapons. They're actually very, very colorful. And finding out that they come from Thavnair is kind of very, very fitting, given how colorful this island is. It's one of those things where, they didn't have to explain it, but they did in a way that makes perfect sense. Uh-oh, they have ideas for more science. Imposing you once more for the ore? Sure, let me get my sidecar. That's something I actually kind of wish they would kind of pull from one of the things I did enjoy from World of Warcraft. The motorcycles had collapsible sidecars, so they just pop out, unfold when you had someone else. And just being able to just unfold a sidecar for an NPC or something would be really fun to have. Now, the fun thing is, like, just a random just side story. So these are called Hamsas. And I have a little tale about a word that is very similar. And we're going to be writing these things for a little bit, so... So, when I was in the military, my original role was to be a linguist, specifically an Arabic linguist. And so when we're having our kind of cram the language into you things, trying to get all situated and like used to it and speaking as much as possible. So we even had Arabic names that we got to choose for ourselves. And as a fan of Final Fantasy Tactics, I noticed there was the name Hamza, because I was thinking of Ramza from Final Fantasy Tactics. So you have Hamza into Hamza, but Hamza is also the name of a special character marking in Arabic, which is more colloquially known in English as a glottal stop, where you kind of just stop the noise short. It's like it does not actually have. It's like it's not an actual sound. It's a cessation, an abrupt cessation of sound. So, yeah, Allah, like that is the glottal stop or the Hamza. And I can totally see these birds making similar noises. So maybe they are full of glottal stops. Who's to say? Now, what's fun is the lad actually has the regular dodo mount, so I could have just been riding a regular dodo instead of a Hamza. Things would have been just fine. I would not be surprised if they add in an actual Hamza mount for you to ride around on, because it would just be a recoloring of a mount that already exists. First line of defense, 2 tents. The situation is really intense. See, this line made me start thinking that maybe there's something actually darker about the satrap, that he's doing something kind of more selfish, even despite Nadhana's kind of glowing praise of the guy. Yes, he's gone somewhere else, I'm sure. He's gone to represent in that Satra, in that foreign land in the sky. The Sea of Clouds, specifically. No, actually. I'm making a goof. But what if I was? Do you not have any Lalafell here? On Thavnair? Eh? No, they don't. So I'll hear Aura and Batanga. Well, there are towers other places. They're also summoning monsters, and it's all being run by a guy who wants to kill everything, including himself. There, you're all caught up. Can I go now? I have some rocks to collect, apparently. A leader with his own private military? That's not worrisome at all. Yeah, if you watched the beginning of my first stream, you will realize I had not actually finished the patch before Endwalker, so we got to fight plenty of things out of the towers. Hey, you're a Hootie. I want the death of everything and anything. Hold on. Just music break. Why is that weird that whole concept that they just appeared? Not well. How are you dealing with it? Not very well. But yeah, not so. Wait, for some reason I was thinking like the rocks here were multiple colors, kind of show the whole giant skull. But I think we do not get to see that from there. Once more upon the bird. Return to bird. Now, the annoying thing is, there is an aether current actually up here in the hatchery. Because we're talking about the ruins of a hatchery. There really is one, really right there. And there's an aether current there. But if I get off this bird, I have to go all the way back there and grab another one because we can't take a regular mount. We have to go by by Indian Dodo. We do get some nice dramatic music for riding the bird, though. There you go. I do hope if we do get this recolor of the Dodo mount, it has this music too. There you go. Like, the rock is all different colors and stuff. Hello. Now, the funny thing was, I thought we would have to do a bunch of little tasks for this guy before he would give us the giant skull. But nope, here. Here's an entire sack of it. For you! Which is a nice little, well, we have this one problem first. We need you to solve it, and then we'll give you your rocks. Like, nope, here's the rocks. They're yours now. Which is appreciated. But since we are riding back, we'll take it the beach route just to fill out some more map and grab this Aether Current. Ta-da! Now, bonsai! Wait, no, maybe I should be yelling something more appropriate to the area. Maybe something like Hamza! There's a fun little fate here where there's a little, what are they called? Nikis? Little newt creatures. There's a baby one that's trying to be let out to sea, and you have to keep all the monsters away while it just slowly wiggles its way forward to the water. It's kind of adorable. They're called like Nikis? Mickeys? Mickey Mouse? Do I have a minion of it? I might. Nukus. Knickknacks. Nipnops. I fell down. That was not the right answer. I paid for it. No, it's not the axolotls. That's something else entirely. Nankas, there we go. These little things. That is the thing I speak of. There you go. Have a big old sack of rocks. Where am I even going? That's like a good view of the sea.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
Did them prodding Estinian help any?
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
And all those needles.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
I mean, there's other parts of the star as well. It makes me wonder, are towers popping up there too? Do we have people like in the New World?
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we?
Like, do we just have people on like in the New World or Mericidia who just like these towers are popping? They have no idea what's going on.
They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Well, I mean, if the Telophoroi win, there won't be an answer because we'll all be dead.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think.
What?
Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
Please don't describe it as an orgy, Thancred.
When spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
I'm pretty sure I haven't hit a situation where I say I want to die and take everyone with me, but I'm also someone who openly kind of gets a bit iffy when I want to, like, I do like to gripe and complain and moan about stuff, but I also kind of try to temper that with knowing lots of people have things way worse than I do, and
Our night's black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Have situations like that. It's just so I sometimes kind of temper even my own complaining, like, oh, this is maybe just a minor complaint or a first world problem before going into my complaints, because I just have a concern of, I actually have it pretty good. It just seems like bad karma and just bad form to really complain about my problems when so many other places have things worse. So many people have it worse than I do. That's me getting a little philosophical.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Perhaps even revengeance. Where we have our combat, and once we get the enemy to low health, the vocals kick in.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Why'd you call me? Well, hi! Well, bye!
What is it? What did you see?
I see a silhouette of a man.
Fandaniel, are you sure?
No, I said, can you do the fandango?
Working on a countermeasure.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche, can you do the fandango? Was my question. Can you? Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
Galileo Figaro! Magnifico!
At long last.
We can finish our Queen song! What a bohemian rhapsody this is!
Look, we have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
See?
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
I'm intrigued by the color formation there, because you obviously have light at the top, darkness at the bottom, with fire. Maybe it's not elements, because I'm thinking like which one would be which, because you've got that's light, that's darkness, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
And Garfield, the element of Garfield, that's the orange one.
I thank you for your kind words.
It's weak against Mondays.
But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
I want to make sure it works first.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place. To accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
Let's go to Zot!
Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
You do see the scale difference between us. I may have to use my laser guns. I hope you're fine with me having to use my laser guns. I will smack you real hard.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
Can't we have someone smaller? Easier to restrain?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We will continue the next iteration cycle.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Ah, man. Sorry, I have conversations on the side. I'm watching. The main one is about the whole Grubhub pizza eating emote thing they did. And apparently Grubhub is continuing to have issues with it. Because I haven't gotten my email for it yet. Because I ordered... Actually, I think it was on the Friday that I did my first Endwalker stream. I mentioned I ordered some Chinese And I noticed my code didn't apply, and I contacted Grubhub, and they said they applied it after the fact because it didn't apply. And but I have yet to actually receive the email and get my pizza eating emote. I'm not putting it on this guy. I'm gonna put it on my, because you can only use it once for whatever reason. If I do get it, it's going on Vlad, just because he's my everything character. Also, he'd be the one more likely to enjoy eating a pizza. Not that Gogon wouldn't dislike eating pizza. I don't think he'd be as flourishing with it, as it were. That's not ominous at all. We've entered the fog of war. I mean, those are all the boats that have been here. Were you expecting a raft? I'm just being sassy for the sake of being sassy, I think, right now. Let's go to Zot. So who's...
Soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Hey, Sombrero. So I have a question. Who's piloting this boat? Because they're only showing two people. Because obviously it's just us two, because it's us because we're the War of Light and we we're immune, and Idhana's testing the scale. How is this boat being piloted?
It's working.
Yes, the boat is working, but how? That's my question.
And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
I mean, I don't know how we're controlling this boat, so sure. Just will it that way, I guess. Will the boat onward. That looks like a face. Arrgh! Don't come any closer!
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
I mean, is it that much different? This from this far away to its mouth? It's gonna eat you. The fact that the shield's flickering causes me a concern.
A few more steps.
Yes, there are many steps there.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
Good. Now can we go before the monsters that have been spewing out of this thing come out and make this a lot more troublesome?
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Okay, can you come on down now? So yeah.
What?
Get over here! I had a feeling, even the first time, that something was going to happen. Getting scorpioned into the Tower of Zot was not it, but I thought something was going to happen. This was going too smoothly.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
I have funnels. Can I just shoot him from here? Or send the funnels over to shoot him?
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Don't put her in the hole! Don't put her in the hole! You put her in the hole.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
Again, I have, floating laser guns. I probably could have shot him from pretty far away.
The similarities are striking.
2? What are they striking 2?
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
I mean, you're trying to kill everyone and, just shoved an elephant into your wall crack. I understand the phrasing as I said it, but I'm not walking it back because that was a very unfortunate looking shape.
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
I don't care, Daniel. What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Well, technically I have, but for the sake of the stream, go ahead.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
I mean, that's how it usually works. I mean, look at Gaia.
Actually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
So, not like Gaia, then.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
I mean, this is all that's keeping me from shooting you with these laser guns, so I guess go ahead.
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
I mean, I may have rated a couple as a blue mage for skills.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
As opposed to the new me, which is the me that is here right now. Or the future me, which I haven't decided yet. Though, if I have my way, there won't be a future me, because everything will be dead.
At your service.
Now, that was a curveball I was not expecting. That he's the,
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity.
that fabulous boss at Crystal Tower.
Met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
How boring.
Existence. Fulfill.
How droll.
And ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
Attaching a pigeon to a rat! Fantastic!
That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
So Amon created the Minotaur in this universe. Okay.
The memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
We put him in a big maze! See if he can figure his way out. It's wonderful.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work.
of mixing animals together.
Indulgence.
Like badger moles.
For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot.
Who are you looking at? See you back there.
Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged.
By fire be purged?
To the legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Zande. The Sunday Sunday.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
It's probably got a huge collar.
Heed me, Armon.
It's hard to go through doorways with this. Can you make it smaller?
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
I mean, for you, sure, but what about everyone else?
In the end, all is lost.
I hated that TV show.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war.
Hi, Emmett.
So I have come to claim you.
I don't have my favorite outfit yet.
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
Do it.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
Maybe someone will have a boss fight with it later.
See what lies ahead.
In Circus Tower. Maybe you'll see a Catman with red eyes.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Welcome back, Cotter. Sorry, that's my sprinkler system. Need to keep it misty in here. For ambience, you see. We don't want our elephants to dry out.
Distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates.
That's what the misters are for. It keeps them nice and damp. You don't want them to dry out.
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose.
Garlemald.
Favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Garlemald. Yeah, I know. Xenos wants to play. Xenos always wants to play. I have 4 guns on my back. I could not have shot him with at least one of them. It's not like he has an NT system where he can just hijack them. Gundam references! She was caulked into a wall. And rather than... Oh, I never... Wow. I was there like 4 times, and for, first time in a while, I didn't do my usual thing of attuning to the crystal as soon as I'm there. And now I'm actually paying for it, because I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just teleport back. Oh, right. I forgot to poke the crystal. Oops. That's okay. We can have a nice beachside motorbike ride. Isn't this lovely? You know, minus the walrus. The walrus does make it a little bit less fun, I gotta say. Less picturesque. Really throws off the feng shui of the beach. He evolved from Jala Grimer. Okay, before I forget. Again. Okay. Now we talk to Thancred. I just assume that's going to happen, honestly. Things were going too well. We just need you to emote at them. They'll get it. Just gesticulate a lot with your hands. There you go. Perfect. How many licks does it take? Get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop. Oh. Also relevant question. That was fast, like we just got back. Have you already relayed the message to the satrap? Like, I was literally explaining it while you weren't even here. How'd you do that? It's to a birthday party. So we'll just head on right over there. Though I will follow the eastern wall. I don't know if the cliff. Because there is another aether current that is actually one of the few that is kind of out of the way, I must say. Most of the other ones have been kind of along the path or very near where you are going. This is one of the ones where, you know, it's off and out of the way, where if you do not go, you know, over here to grab it, you'll most likely forget to get it and need to come back and get it later. There it is. Well, no, it's not super out of the way, but I do have had friends who missed this one when gathering the aether currents. I'm the one missing the aetherites, considering that I forgot to grab the Great Works. That puts us at, yeah, about how many we're supposed to have at this point, I think. I know that one is down. Oh, right, I almost forgot to grab the one from over here. If I remember correctly, there's one right about there. Oh, there you go, right there. Aw, man. I would have been very sad if I had overshot and had to go run all the way around again. I would have been a very sad panda. A sanda. Yeah, there you go. That's basically like all this part down here is beyond, is apparently too great a fall for us to take. We're not allowed to make this drop. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous. That Morble, too dangerous. That Gator, too dangerous. Along with those restrictions is also reenacting something that also was in Shadowbringers that I didn't enjoy too much either. There. And just as much here.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair.
Did they say squats?
Surface clings the city of Ruds at Han.
Squats.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye.
I see you.
The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Yeah, I have Sekhmet. Possibly of Horus. But not of the Beholder.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
Before it gets angry and spins a couple of times before diving at you. Just like in Super Mario Bros. 3.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Hey, locations from the maps. Hooray! Actually, a lot of people made comparisons between one of the Thavnair, I believe.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
The canals of Thavnair, I believe, is what the name of those locales you could get from deciphering maps. Kind of a precursor of this all happening.
Nagaduta.
It's called Rock Duda in Japan.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
Let you attune to all the Aetherites.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
And our tuning. Oh, how we'll have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Admitting it doesn't make it feel any better, Varshan. But yeah, no. Razadhan is the Yulmore of this area in that the main Aetherite crystal is not accessible for a long time. It's kind of bothersome.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Larry, Curly, Mo, and the Warrior of Light.
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Just like my headdress.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzathan.
How are you doing?
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed.
Yeah, how'd you find out about it that quickly? We were literally telling people what happened, and when your errand boy came in and going, "Oh hey, I've already told them." How?
Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes.
Don't change the subject.
And trust in the talisman. That it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others.
Okay, that information I can assume because you have the link pearl now, but
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I'd rather you sit on ceremony. Enjoy this nice banana.
I think not.
I hate bananas.
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Donkey Kong!
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
I could try humming the bars of the donkey rap. The DK rap.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
It is time for the first member of the DK crew. Donkey Kong. DK.
Travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian. But you are known to me.
Donkey Kong is here.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
DK. Dragonkin is here.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Owner of many fine hats.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn, I was last to hatch.
I'm the baby. Gotta love me.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzathan had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
It's rather comfy.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively.
I'm going to tell you all of our deepest secrets. I hope you don't mind.
In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility.
Those dang heroes always going around causing problems?
When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict.
He showed up, pointed, and said, "Hey, cut it out." It was very good, like that Cosgrove fellow.
A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade. Yes.
I love charades.
And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
I also enjoy Pictionary.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
With force. Perforce with force.
Your eye. It was taken.
Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh.
I am but a meat puppet.
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
See, that the funny thing is, I was joking. I was kind of saying, how'd you find out so quickly? But if Varshan was literally sitting there listening to us tell that story, that's getting instantly relayed back to Vitra, since that is Vitra, which would explain why the response of, "Oh yeah, they found out." You know, I already told the satrap.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
And why he was staring at your lance.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood.
Gasp! You know my actual last name. How dare.
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bear his fangs.
I'm pretty sure you don't have many fangs to bear in that form.
That is all I need know of thee for now.
Oh, then again, maybe he does have, like, he could do some crazy magic out of the meat puppet. It does still have his eye in there, and you know, dragon eyes have great etheric potential in them.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz.
Will you join me in the DK rap?
With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Our shining force, if you will. I'm referencing a tactics game.
Strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
What if we send in a protagonist? Hello.
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Ah, you saw last week's VODs.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
As you had stated, for every talisman, woman, and child. It was not very witty of you, but it fits.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
They'd lose an accessory slot.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
In case you did this side story first instead of the Charleon one.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charleon is in order.
Preferably the normal way.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
What if I got you a nicer scrunchie?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzadhan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I will still take that scrunchie, though.
I am in thy debt.
So, fun little tidbit. I actually have a dragon-type character whose situation actually ended up being kind of close to Vitra's situation, except he had his nest, and some people like started living at the foot of it, and they end up getting that kind of whole, the flames of combat destroying them all sort of situation is what happened to those people. So this is like the better future for that character, which kind of amuses me a lot. It's always weird that the oddball side things and the stories and the dumb ideas I have from like RPing and doing stuff in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, that we have things come up later that just like you unintentionally predict, either in plot details, lore tidbits, or oddly enough how the class is played, because Gogun here would have a situation where he can't keep his summons out. Like in his tail, he is still a scholar summoner main type character, but he's more scholar than summoner, and he can't keep out the edgies longer than a few seconds. The idea is kind of doing the whole doing the whole fighting game striker type system, which I think I mentioned all this on one of Jason's streams. But so, you know, now the new version of Summoner, you just have Carbuncle and you briefly summon each of the primals to do an attack before disappearing, like a fighting game striker. So I somehow, just in playing around this character design, unintentionally predicted how Summoner would play in Endwalker. And that's real wild to me. And now our two timelines converge. My sibling did this side first, then this side. I've always done this side, then this side, as I also mentioned last stream. I feel like knocking out Charlian while you're here before going to the new area, rather than going to the area, coming back and doing this side anyway, seemed kind of backwards to me. But that's just personal preference. Time to suit up!
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Not like we can do much else here.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
You guys should really try the teleporter. I insist.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
Especially you, Alpha now.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
That was the one of the scenes I skipped at the beginning of last stream when I was rushing through that patch. That's how Orenvold got hurt.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
You have to turn the lock a little bit. It's like one of those. It's like the kid-proof caps on medicine bottles.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Either armored or molten. I'm not entirely sure which.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
Just like Ingredius.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives.
Like me?
That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself.
And me? I can heal.
The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Oh, you want me lasering the enemies? That makes sense. Okay. Okay, I don't think this option was there because I'm playing a healer. Hello? You're looking at a healer right here.
Of course not. As our most talented healer, we need you leading the van, fighting primals on the front lines.
Yeah, no, that option was not there when I was on Samurai. So I definitely appreciate you. Hey, really good healer right here. I am glad that was an option. With a proper amount of attitude, too.
All that remains is to carry it out.
The angry healer motif.
Of our movements. So let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Yeah, in my first one with my samurai, I mentioned how Alphino is also a healer. Like, well, no, we need a healer with the combat team. So I was wondering how it was going to happen here, where, you know, hey, I'm already a healer. You really can't use that argument. But they have their own options, so there you go.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
And full of delicious Hamsa to eat.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Have fun, Alphino! I really appreciate that. I didn't even think about them having an option for that until, like, just now. I'm like, wait a second. I remember them talking about this. How is this going to work if I'm a healer? Well, we're back here then. Time to motorbike our way over there. As mentioned, you always, unless you're doing the 6 fates to get the mount speed increase, you're gonna want a motorbike. If you want to get there fast. Though maybe I would recommend doing the 6 fates, just not only for the extra experience you could probably put onto another job if you want to level multiple jobs at once, but also just so. Oh, there you go. This is the Nanka quest I was talking about. They beat them up, and the Nanka's trying to get to the water. Go, boy, go! Come on, kill stuff. I want to show people how it wiggles forward. There you go. There you go. He wiggling. You can make it. You can make it, you wee Nanka. Go on! Live! Come on, guys. Come on. You can do it. There we go! Yeah! Sorry. Moving along. To finish my line of thought, the idea is you could probably, if you do the 6 fates, not only to spread around the experience, but also just so you could use a full mount roulette. So you're not listening to, you know, just the motorcycle music every single time. Or you could just, you know, turn off mount music and just listen to the music for the zone. Also an option. Here we are. Hang out with the bunny man with the muddy face. Fortunately, we do not get to see them all just flopped around, feeling miserable. So I have the chat hidden in the corner, you know, just the shout chat and all that. But what's interesting, while I was doing that, coming back after Thavnair, they're literally talking about how Sage is basically like the gunbreaker of healers. Which is an interesting comparison. Ah, yes, we've been keeping that secret that you're actually the dragon not very secret. I've engraved funny little haikus onto each one for you. I mean, I'm all for it. It's not like I enjoy having the monopoly. Have fun. I'm gonna go take a nap. So I've been running these dungeons. Hopefully this will go pretty smoothly. As I mentioned, I've been running through these with trusts to level them up. But it also gives me some fun information that I discovered that I'll have to bring up in the appropriate dungeons when we get to them. Just from that trust grinding. Oh, I have much experience with such foes. Now, if I had a crew of people just on hand to run this with me, I'd be doing that, but I think I'll just be sticking with trusts for now. The usual folks I'd probably tag for this, well, are either running their own stream or watching said streams, so... we'll leave it as is. So let us form that party. Yep. Alfie gets to sit behind. We have... yeah, no, we are well more than geared enough for this. Now, I said I've run this dungeon several times, but I've run it always as a DPS type. So... and of course, right into the Final Fantasy IV music. That's definitely an enemy that you find in the towers in 4. So I love a bunch of the references they have in this for that. But for now, let's throw our Cardia on Thancred and see if he can keep up. For the curious, a swift completion of objectives actually is just, can you beat it before the timer runs out? Like the full timer on the right. Wrong button. We're fine. It's actually been a while since I don't think this is probably the first dungeon I've been actively running as Sage on, so this will be interesting. Sure, there's a hotkey to immediately target him onto him, but I don't recall it offhand. Maybe someday I'll remember what that hotkey is. For now, though, violence. Lots and lots of violence. Here they come. Cindy, Mindy, and Sandy. Technically, I can just kind of keep him decently healed just through spamming my attacks. Because he's taking that little damage, but I'm going to do it anyway just to get some... Because I like using Toxicon. Look at this. Whee! It's just fun. I just think it's neat. Holds up now, left like a potato. I'm doing some decent number. Alright. Throw a shield on you, not the dot. I can't dot you. You're my tank. Even if I might want to sometimes. Just building up a stack of them for the boss fight, because it's right over there. Oh, he flopped. Oops, we broke it! considering I came in as a DPS when I was in here last, it's gonna be interesting to see the banter for the DPS have together. Estinian, where are you going? Estinian! What was that? Estinian, what are you doing? So, this person's, this boss's mechanic is, yeah. We got introduced to what several of her spells are, and now she will delay them and send their casting point to another part of the room. So you kind of have to pay attention to what they're doing. Oh, I can't just pull that off? Okay. Now, one of these is going to be lightning and one's going to be fire. There we go. That's a nice thing, is usually you can figure out what the sets are pretty easily. Forgot to use my phlegma. Oops. How can I forget my phlegma? Funny thing is, they're saying that the I've been hearing saying that sages don't really have a lot of oomph as a solo healer. I think it's just because people keep wanting to save all their buttons. You know, we have so many very, very good buttons to use. I was wondering which one of them was going to steal that LB. So I feel like both of them are very aggressive in their limit breaks. You wanna put some clothes on, please, Gogon. Thank you. If you want a skull hat, there you go. Do you desire the skull hat? But yeah, as long as you're rotating, using your buttons, and frequently using one of your choles here to help keep your MP up, I feel like you're okay for basic healing, at least for 4-mans. I have not really gotten to practice using it in with its full kit in raids and trials and such. But we'll see those as we continue through Endwalker, so that'll happen eventually. keep forgetting about, since I don't have to target for my AoE, I can just keep my lock on Thancred, just to keep throwing shields on him. Just to top up on Toxicon. Like so. You fought well, I say. I was in good company. Interesting. Are you guys just echoing each other? I just heard you both say you underestimate me. Just stealing each other's lines now? Is that what we're doing? Actively taking some damage so I can use one of my fun buttons. Though technically I can just do this if I wanted to. Just naturally keep a defensive buff up. We'll be fine. Yeah, just throw around use your buttons as you have them. And I think he does just, it feels like Sage does just fine. But maybe I'm just saying that because I'm biased towards the job and I feel like it clicks for me a little bit. I will admit that using Eucrasia can feel a bit clunky. And I would not be surprised if someone wanted to smooth things out by macroing. You have regular diagnosis and then a macro for a Eucrasia diagnosis, so you don't have to keep going, jumping across your bars. Or pushing multiple buttons. There you go, yeah. It's an interesting flow. I guess the only issue I think I might have with it is a situation where I need to frequently be switching back and forth a lot more than I really am right now. Or, you know, I could just save doing that specifically when they're doing their tank busters and just using normal stuff for everything else, so I don't have to worry so much about it. And just have Toxicon be my special treat. Keep the damage low. Shut everyone up. Wrong button, but okay. Now, here's a fun one. Everyone looks like Sandy. I wonder which one is, you know, the actual Sandy. It's the boring one.
Let's give them a show. I have you now.
I guess it just really just becomes a matter of how hungry you are for your Toxicons. And I tend to be very hungry for Toxicons, so I just kind of, I'm like, well, I'm having to do so much throwing up of my shields just to get my Toxicons. That's just because I'm hungry for Toxicons. They're delicious. A little slow on that one from me because I want to finish my casting. I think I'm definitely gonna need some spell speed up for to make this feel more fluid. By the way, improved magic. What if magic, but more so? I have improved versions of Dosis, Phlegma, and yeah, just basically my little T block of spells here have improved. My lasers are blue now. That's my attack. Okay, that's neat looking. See, that's why I'm hungry for Toxicon. It's really worth looking at. Ah, I've reached the time of advanced lasers. Good. That's what we want. Give me this. Yeah, it seems like just throwing out a shield before you go into the trash pole should be more than enough to get you all your delicious toxic on the stacks for general use. Don't zot your gunships. That just seems like a bad plan. You know, we'll keep them that way. No, it's my turn on the Xbox, Thancred. Yeah, almost done with the dungeon already. The funny thing is, actually, I think I might have had my biggest issue with this place when, with melee, because you'll get, like, so caught up in doing your damage stuff on, Mindy? The little one? And just kind of get yourself, you know, punched by magic and get yourself killed. It's more likely than you think. Like, this is me. I'm not even hitting my, my big heal boosters either. I actually tend to forget I have the heal boosters unless I'm in very dire situations. Which is not very often here. I'll say, why you get yourself punched in the teeth like that? You don't need you doing that. Just because I say it doesn't happen often doesn't mean I need to give you an example of it. Thank you. Steadian? You guys. What am I gonna do with you? Other than just heal you. There we go. It's like I have a whole squad, like a whole quad here. I have a cube of just off global cooldown heal buttons. Ones that use Adder's Gall. Ones that just also increase defenses, and then just shield stacking. As long as you're also using, you know, the any of the chols, you're also regenerating a good percentage of your MP at the same time, which is always appreciated. Keep your MP nice and high.
You underestimate me.
Because if you just sit and just mash your DPS, you will run out of MP. And I'm pretty sure I'm not maximizing healer either. Like, I could be using the... Panhama seems like it's very strong. So it's one of those buttons, like, I feel like I probably could be using more, but I want to save for, like the big multi-hit, like, stack for multiple hit abilities. Those sorts of things. That's when I feel like you want to be using that one. It's not something just to be thrown out willy-nilly, even though I probably could be. So yeah, here's the difference of me, you know, as a, saying use your buttons, who's still holding off on using some of his buttons. So, no. I'm being hypocritical. My hypocritical oath. Now, this fight gets hectic, I gotta say. And it's gonna be interesting trying to do this as Sage, I think. Hey! Turn that back off. Here's how it gets a bit crazy. They are doing the Final Fantasy IV thing where they combo their attacks. It's just in 4, it was one of them. Here. One of them cast Reflect. And the other bounces on one of them, and then the third casts a spell off of that Reflect to hit the party. I don't know what I got hit by, okay, but okay. But in this case, it's just them all using the magic in a very, very, hey, you ready to deal with everything sort of situation here. We're doing fine. Like I said, I have buttons. I have many buttons.
Let's give them a show.
I definitely feel like I need my spell speed faster, because it looks like even if I cancel my spell, I'm still caught in the lockdown of waiting for the cooldown to let me actually do my next move. So, and there's always a situation of, hey, I may not, truly understand how to properly play Sage yet. In actual, I'm by myself use here. You could angle that so you hit 2 of them at once. You know that, right? I'll say I've done that. Make up your mind, Alice. There we go. Oh, Alphino, you're also here. Hi. Yes, me. I have not done this dungeon before on this guy. Ooh, glowy book. Hold on. Show me your book. It's actually in his color palette. I gotta say. On healer, anyway. Which is, this is Scholar, so that would be the correct color palette.
Is everyone all right?
I'm still figuring out Sage, I'm sorry.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
This aether's extra thick!
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
The black hole, if you will.
This is the core we seek.
I mean, it's not like it's obvious or anything.
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it.
Maybe that's why it's shooting ether straight into the sky.
'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it.
Oh.
I need to take a closer look.
It's a very hungry core. It's gonna hatch like an egg. It will not give me a high five. It is wrong, somehow. You're leaving me hanging.
There is something there, embedded inside the core.
How could you leave me hanging?
Man's limb.
How could you leave me hanging, even if you have a man's limb?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
You really are really good at breaking giant pieces of machinery. I still remember Stormblood. How are you breaking that cannon? He's our artillery unit. Except he's the shell instead of the actual cannon. Well, he's both, honestly.
And that should be the end of it.
Oh no, that was a load-bearing limb!
What now?
I just said it was a load-bearing limb.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
Teleport?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I can throw up shields!
I pray I'm not too late.
Ow. Who cast tower into sand?
What happened? Where are we?
Bermuda. Bahama. Take a Key Largo, Montego. Kokomo.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Yeah, it did the whole Final Fantasy boss thing where it shakes and falls and dissolves away. That's on brand.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Ow! My face. Oh. Just face planted into the sand.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
When do I learn that trick?
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
They're getting waterlogged as we speak.
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
All of them?
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
There you go. What if I had like 4 Angelos?
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
No, I meant like you just have her having 4 of them. Like, you know how I have the 4 sage bits? What if she had 4 Porksy bits? Hey, actually, I'd love that. Can we have Nullis that are shaped like Porksies? Like from the Don Meg. Don Meg, Nullis are just Porksies.
When it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Load-bearing limb.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
And moving all these elephants. They are probably pretty hefty. Have you ever tried dragging an elephant?
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
One, two, oh my back! Lift with your legs, not your back! Let me just pick up Nadana and just carry her off over my head like it ain't no thing. And now we're here. Hey, Thancred. Like me? Shouldn't I be there? Oh, there you go. You gain access to the trust system now. Why? Oh. That's actually very fair. Considering, you know, what's happened the last time someone got access to his blood. I kind of love the feeling of rain. Just the sound of it, I should say, more than anything else. And it actually kind of, maybe it's just my weird brain. I don't know if this happens with other people. Like, even on the hot days or something like that, if I'm, like, listening to, like, Rainy Mood or some other, like, thing that has, like, rain in the background, it's just kind of a white noise, and it makes me feel, like, my body feel cooler. I don't know why. Though I guess the flip side is also true because I've been rewatching through Survivor Man, like just been binge watching it in my downtime, and I was been watching like one of the desert episodes, and I go to get something to eat for dinner. I'm like, oh, I should get something cool because it's so hot out. I'm like, wait a second, no, it's not. It's the middle of December. I just like assimilate the weather of whatever, I'm listening to, or, just media that I am taking in rather than, the actual weather. So I guess I'm a bit, weather independent when I stay inside as much as I do. So I mentioned before that this is basically like Yulmore, and that's literally because like right now I could go try to attune to the Aetheryte crystal, but it's turned off right now because of the situation. Yeah, the Aetheryte is like, they even just tell you here, the Aetheryte is turned off. And you could still take the route that he is saying. I don't know why we're taking this longer route. This is more winding route, but rather than, So literally what we could just be doing is the main path of go to the right, up through there. Instead, we're having to go up, around, in like a more windy way because reasons. I still don't fully understand why they have us go around this way, but Yeah, because like, look at this more winding path we have to take. It's going up, over, around, up, rather than just 1, 2, 3, 4. For reasons that are beyond me. Honestly. Yeah. They're giving us like the most confusing route for honestly, very weak feeling reasons. But maybe that's just me being whiny. That would not be anything new, honestly. Or maybe trying to make us go this way so we'll actually hit up like some of these Aetherytes that we may not otherwise hit up. Another thing we can't use. The airships. There's an airship landing. I do not know when it becomes active, the airship landing. I've never actually used it. Actually, I don't think I've even looked what it looks like in there. While I'm here... I'd be amused if there's a vista out here. That I just missed because I didn't come out here before. Doesn't look like it, though. Unless there's somebody on top of those boxes and there's like a jumping puzzle up there or something. I don't know. I would not be surprised. I think there is a couple jumping puzzles in the city here. I just do not know where they all are. I have not been actively hunting for jumping puzzles. Because I'm usually very bad at them. I have still not made it to the top of the tower in Kugane. Due to that. This, though. This one I can do. How did I get up on? This one's simple. Or, you know, of course, you know, I'll just say, oh, this one's simple, I say, failing the jump. Now I gotta do it to, you know, salvage my pride a little. Because this jump, there we go. I actually know another one that's right over here that I could probably grab now, just not have to worry about it later. Since we're off wandering around. Excuse me! Put me down, please. Down. I'm hovering on nothing. There we go. There we go. Ta-da! Now we have a conversation point. So let's go check that out. What do you gotta say, Sidian, about Dharma? Yes. Consume Hamsa. The Hamsa does not approve of being eaten. Yeah, we're gonna eat you. There's nothing you can do about it. I never noticed this one. I'll have to come back and get this one on my lad. I didn't see this one over here. There we go. Nice. And we get Estinian's boots wet. As he deserves. Paying that much for a rubber band for your hair. Come on, Estinian. What wrong with you?
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
I've been told if it lasts longer than 4 hours, I should see a physician.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so.
Oh, you're talking about the taste.
Pray, take your ease.
I made a crude joke.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
My rewarding scales, if you will.
Pray accept your due reward.
Ding scales.
Along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
It's right above the Low
Present
Crucible.
this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
It is the letter C. Oh. An actual letter.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
I mean, I think I mentioned this a bit earlier, but now we have a way to keep people from getting tempered in the first place, and those that do can be treated. It does make tempering.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Makes tempering a lot less threatening as long as you have some way to, since you can mitigate it a lot now. No, I just got a really bad sunburn.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man.
If you really want to talk about that, you have the Azure Dragoon right over there.
Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
My dragon actually ultimately did similar. Despite having a different kind of outcome with the city.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still.
Kept it secret.
Hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
He both kept it secret and kept it safe. Good job, Vitra.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
It's a hot dog, a sandwich. Get out!
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
I am old, but not that old. Jeez.
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
He carried us in an egg carton. It was very warm.
He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
Which I don't think was much.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Have you tried calling Collect? Or perhaps dialing down the center?
Seek you to divine the will of this star. If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
His response was, because it was there.
To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
I love playing Bastion.
He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
It's a Lubu that I have not pursued, as per guidance. Do not pursue
Yet
Lubu.
take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Check out my cool hat.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Could you spread the word that we're not under siege anymore? Get the trade going again? We'd like that.
Prithee, a moment.
Moment's up. Don't be like that.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee.
Yes. Hello. We have crossed paths, yes. This is a thing that happened.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
I was thinking, Daddy, no.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
Actually, I think the second one, basically, if only he could be with us now, I believe he brings up the whole circumstance with Omega, I think. Might have been a little bit, or I'm misremembering.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
It's not my fault these bad things keep happening I have to keep having to resolve. Hi, Isael. Hi, Modbrina. Papa Limo. Play Return to the Waking Sands. No. 'Cause 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 'cause
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
Why do you think I specialize in barrier magic?
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Speaking of loved ones, hi.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
We were sneezing like crazy in the other room.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
I didn't suddenly collapse, you guys did.
'Tis I who must apologize.
Don't try to pin this on me!
Your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
And partake of scales, they are delicious. Or so I've been told. I'm saying people eat my scales. Bye. Oh hey, rain stopped. Good, good. Stuff. No! No! Not Archon loaf. But it's bland and tasteless. Cast the mulled berries, you say. Let us go witness the mulled berries. You counting the mulberries? Omega, count every sand. Give me that. That's mine. It's mine now. Ah, good. What are you doing? Where are you gonna be at today? Oh, you know, the huge. But yeah, here's like the path that we could have taken if they had, you know, not decided that because the aetherite was turned off over here, we couldn't go this way. Go right. Go to, probably someone here say, go to the top of these stairs, go left. Then you would be there. I'm not even gonna bother trying to attune to it because they tell me it's not. It's still turned off because of the current state of affairs. Oh, I know you guys are just all the way out here. What's up? No, I get straight shot, buddy. Oh, because, no, he was like, question got turned because we were talking with Vitra a little bit longer.
These are the talismans we were promised.
I remember what happened, I swear.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
A whole 8!
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Oh, there must be 40. That's as many as 4 10s, and that's incredible.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Especially now that we know how to do it. We just need to make sure we have everyone equipped with parachutes.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various
Everyone's just looking like, what?
Such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
Nonetheless, I am contemplating.
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then.
I really just wanted to travel the world a little bit.
Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
I brought 2 more scales. They're a matching pair.
Nidana, you're awake.
You must have been caught trying to cross the border.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
Glad you're okay, by the way, Nidana.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
It's always good to feel appreciated. Even a Estinian can dig a little bit.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Check it out! 40. If you had your matching pair, that's 42.
From sleep, I didn't even think to ask. Our great work sent across the seas.
No, the great work is still there. We're not moving the entire town.
It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh, someone's calling me on my link on my flower. Let me answer that.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
It's a dandelion now.
What do you have there?
A flower? A smoothie. What have you got there? A smoothie. Slurp.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Maybe it's multiple kasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Well, you got one kasha. You have multiple kasha. So you have akasha and many kasha. Kasha pods.
It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
Dark energy.
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether.
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions.
Prometheus brought us Akasha. Stole it from
Akasha can
Asgard.
neither be created nor destroyed.
Like matter.
It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
Not quite so much like matter.
The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
When this came up, I was just like, wait a second, are they actually giving lore to limit breaks? And I asked this of my sibling, and they were just like, I think it's more like when talking about all those, those story missions where you have that buff that is, you're transcending as only the Warrior of Light can.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
So it's like, I was like, wait a second, they are giving lore. They are in-universe explaining limit breaks. Because we've seen other characters do them now. Like, we have our teammates, but we've also seen, the Elidibus version of the Warrior of Light also do it. So, on the one hand, it could just be a game mechanic, but on the second, they actually show the bars filling up and all that for the Warrior of Light fight. So the fact that they're actually giving a in-universe explanation for limit breaks is kind of amazing.
Upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
Limit breaks are powered by dark energy.
Haphazard explanation has piqued your interest.
Limit breaks are causing the acceleration of the expansion of the universe.
But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
I mean, can we find more flowers for you guys to look at some point?
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
I'm keeping this one, though. This one's mine. It was given to me by Heidelin.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan, then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
I mean, that's the norm, except for during Shadowbringers, we got to sleep a bunch. Which was appreciated. I got to have many naps. And I do enjoy my naps. Can both the twins carry all 40 scales? Sorry, 42. I keep forgetting about the Tana's 2 that she brought. This is actually... The pacing of this has been pretty solid, honestly. It feels like by the time I'm wrapping up for tonight, we will be heading towards the next zone, I think. If not, just reach the next zone. Which is pretty good spacing. First stream was first area, second stream is second area. I somehow don't think we'll be able to keep that pattern and ultimately be done in... what, 6 streams? But we can see. Oh man, my pillow's all plumped up. All the other kids with the plumped up pillows. Better nap, better nap. Otherwise you'll feel like crap. I don't know. Workshopping the lyrics for that one.
Take heart and protect them well.
We brought McDonald's!
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
If it wasn't so late, I'd actually probably go get some McDonald's. Get to see Carl with her hood off again. And Carl having cheeseburger! I don't care if it's a really old meme. Grawhawk can... Hey! If you don't want those pickles, I'll eat them. If it wasn't so late, though, yeah, I'd totally go get myself a burger.
We invited Estinian as well.
Even got my Happy Meal.
He refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Maybe he didn't like the toy in the Happy Meal.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Look at the size of those cookies!
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, Warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Grawha's just enjoying his burger in the quiet as this little one.
Beset on all sides.
Well, that's why we're getting him a Happy Meal. Meanwhile, Grawha's enjoying his Big Mac.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Krile, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
We're not having a repeat of Minfilia with you, are we?
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
You're remembering more of it than I am.
Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path.
Can I have more of that salad?
Yet triumphed over the Tlofuroi.
Grawha, pass the salad.
Or learned the full breadth of the Forum's
Grawha, I need more salad.
But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps.
Alfie, pass the ranch dressing.
Of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Yeah, that ranch dressing. Yes, that one.
Hey, that's mine.
My cookie!
The swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Levitate the cookie.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
I kind of expect that we're gonna have a fight where he
From the depths of Numenon, I presume.
that he'd actually use it as a spell in combat
From a
later.
veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
Yoshi's cookie.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
You're talking to two Lalafell. You don't complain about something being too tall to Lalafell. Moon.
Why else did you think we were here? Surrender to thy fate, O champion.
I'm glad Kral comes back with the you snark, she snarks right back. That's appreciated. The funny thing is, I call Gogon the Grump, but he's also the sort that kind of he makes a few very close friends. He's not like his little brother, the lad, who kind of makes friends with everybody. He is pretty distant to most people and only keeps a few very close friends, and they mean the world to him. So he may be fussing around, but he's very happy at that point, I'd say.
Coat or a cloak? Something in fur, or fashioned from the skins of your enemies, or well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
I totally could have stopped something, but I didn't. Because why bother?
Our tower in Thavnair has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
The master of Jenga.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Which means they're totally going to do that.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
He's really neat.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome.
He threw the book at me once, quite literally.
Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
Have you ever beaten a dragon with a book? He did.
No. All else is equal.
Equally boring.
Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Seriously, all I have to live for is my fight boner with him.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
I wasn't kidding when I said fight boner.
I basked in the afterglow.
Okay, can we quit with the references to that now?
Warned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
I will get my run back. He said GG no re, but I am going to get that re.
Wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
I combined the two words, but I'm very bad at it. Pinvy?
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
I take little pleasure in anything. I want everything to die, remember?
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable.
That's why I let them win, you see. It was in the plan. I didn't mess up.
You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream.
I was riding on a blueberry muffin, driving it through the bakery. Every once in a while, stopping and talking to the locals. There was a man living on a Danish. A woman on a cake.
It was a fragmented thing. Disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind.
I don't know where that bakery dream idea came from, but I kind of like it.
Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you.
I learned how much I actually like muffins.
And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Breakfast treats. Baked goods. The potential is endless. Hey, girl, how was the burger? We were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Yeah, there's new toys, the things that I could teach him how to use. Or we could learn together. I mean, I've got a decent handle on them. Alma mater, alma fodder, having fun at Camp Grenadier. Oh, that good groove music. Welcome to Phenomenon! He was a master debater, huh? Well, no, Alphino actually was a scholar, like the job, I think. Minus the fairy. Until, he went sage. I forgot Alice also uses the phrase master debater. I may sound a little bit more distant because I'm settling back in my seat as we're reaching the final half hour or so of the stream. So if I sound a bit more distant, that's me chillaxing all the way back here. Where in the world is the Scholasticitationer? Whatever his title was. Speak with the excitable student. Hello, you look like an excitable student. You do look very excitable. Can we not shatter the epoch? We need that to travel through time. Well, we don't. Chrono does. Scholark. There you go. Where in the world is the Scholark? And back to freaking out. Not particularly, but you're gonna keep going, aren't you? Our books. The funny thing is, like, after the whole Xenos scene, I had this whole thing as, like, the line that immediately jumped to mind here was, so books are to you as I am to Xenos. Delightful. If you mind. I beg your pudding is an interesting turn of phrase. I kind of appreciate. Just follow the screams. It'll be fine. Yarg! Garfield! Why did I go back? I already made one of the elements, natural elements of the world Garfield, so I guess maybe screaming Garfield would not be too untoward. Alright. You. Hello. One of the audible-toriums. Now, the motion that went over there, but I'm going to go over here because I believe... Oh, is it not this one? I could have swore one of the, Carl, what do you think? Maybe it is in this one. I think there's a vista point behind one of the lecture desks. There it is. Now listen closely. I can actually see you now. I have my glasses back.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Going to some tower or something.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Just ragging on everyone, aren't you, Monty?
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
It involves using a ruler.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
You said fulfill.
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Remember the guy who tried to say something and he just stopped dead and grabbed at his throat? That's actually a thing. Should have been paying attention.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Yes, that explains the whole thing, because I thought, like, there was a particular member in the Forum that was kind of manipulating things that was actively shutting that one guy up. But no, it's an enchantment that's on the entirety of the Forum that's keeping them from talking about it.
How is that even possible?
Magic! You're in a magic place. Magic is involved.
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
I could just say magic, but this is going to be way more interesting. Must save millions of supplies.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Now, can you tell me what an ether is?
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms.
Larry, Curly, and Moe.
2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
No. Stop looking at me. Magic!
Yes. Very good.
Sorry, I did the dumb answers for this on the lad because he is not very magic smart. I forget how the responses were though.
The layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
I am too lazy to actually write myself.
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the hydrangea.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
A very, very black piece of paper. Or blue, or whatever color the ink is. Censored!
It would blot out everything that was written.
Everything's been redacted.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well.
We'd be like an SCP wiki.
In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Funny thing was, I actually blanked on this.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
And then, yeah, I was like, oh, right, yeah. The original Warriors of Light were not remembered. This was a thing.
People of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
Oh, no. Ifrit does the hellfire. Bahamut does the mega flare. Sounds sort of similar, but not quite.
But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
I think this actually gets mentioned if you did the whole of the coil stuff. I think they delve a bit more into this at this part. I have not cleared coils on either character, so I cannot say for certain.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
I guess that makes sense. No, that kind of makes a good bit of sense that you would prevent manipulating memory in a place that's all about, you know, keeping knowledge and gathering it. The idea of being able to remove it or blot it out would be counterintuitive to its purpose.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I totally expected it to be used to manipulate the populace in the later in the expansion.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
So go, gather the votes. Lower the, Frick. I'm trying to remember the terminology for, making top secret documents available to the populace. Declassify. I don't know why I blank on the word declassify.
Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
You either vote or you can't remember it until you die. Like this, I'm about to shred this paper.
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Wouldn't that just get rid of all the ink? I don't think this metaphor works, Monty. Welcome to the hydrangea.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
Like those of the final days. Oh, wait. I should be talking about those.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
Reincarnation, they call it. I don't know why they call it re-in, a type of flower, but you know.
Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
My paper.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Does it include a cheeseburger? I think Graha would enjoy that. Huh? Even the inkwell fell asleep.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Can I learn how to do lectures like that? I'd love to have like little floating props.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Never mind, I still need to do actual, like, the crafting and gathering stuff on the lad. Have not delved into those yet. I figured I'd save those for last. Wait for prices for raw materials to go down first. Because they are kind of high right now from what I'm hearing. Oh, look at that. A whole crew of Lalafell. Awesome. I'll do that later. Not entirely sure if running or taking that teleporter would have been faster. I feel like teleporter was a decent enough faster that I made the right decision. Quite literally. My old stomping grounds. La Nausea. French for the nausea. I mean, do you want Kryl to be carrying all those boxes? Does she look like she can carry 40 scales? That's as many as 4 tens. That's heavy. Yeah, as I said, 40 scales. I mean, Limsa's on the water. The tide is always turning. It's a seaside city-state. That's just how it works. I'm surprised by how many people are still over here in Limsa. Considering. Here. Big wig meeting. That's a secret. Especially the part where you actually got rid of one of them. This is the way. I got a good feeling. We're really good at getting stuff in motion very quickly. Win and win more. Oh. Though we may still profit off of it. Death without end. Oh, the one that I thought was going to be called the Tower of Babel? They're being put into batteries somewhere for future use. Go there, beat stuff up. You know, stuff you're good at, Estinian. We'd have you just jump into the tower and blow it up if we thought it would work. Gogon has opinions about Garlabald. Topher really haven't taken anything yet, so revenge. I mean, other than, you know, tempering people. And it's mostly just Fandom we don't let. Let's just go for a generic for honor and glory. Have you seen my outfit? It's pretty covering. And stylish. It was starting to get real intense there. Let's see, right now I can use whatever amount I want because I'm flying. Flying don't care about the movement speed increases. Yeah, there you go. There's a interesting, a very valid kind of comment here. There are a lot of people who would be like, why are we helping the Garleans? The people we've been fighting a war with for years now. I mean, Alamigo only got recently freed from Garlean rule. I'm pretty sure they would probably be one of the least likely to go, oh yeah, now let's go help, you know, the Garleans themselves. I'm also here. How very glib. Such dedication. That's actually very fair. Yeah, the Gaius actually has some very solid reasons of why he's not participating. He's a bit too of a high-profile character for both sides of the factions of Garlemald. Though again, I guess we're pretty high-profile too, as you know, the ace in the hole of the savages. I suppose that's fair. We have had several people who have not realized who we are. I guess they don't expect the Warrior of Light to be 3 feet tall. And that seems to be a very good stopping point. Right before we check out the Ilsabard contingent. That will be for tomorrow. Hello. Because that should take us right into the next zone, which... shocking absolutely no one, I'm sure, is Garlemald. So... let's call it there. Shall we? And with that, we find ourselves someone to raid. If anyone's up and about this late, which they probably are. Most of the folks I follow tend to be up pretty late, so... who we got? Oh, Sonia's playing some Phasmophobia. Looks like, probably with Ty. Yep. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, and she's even updated her VTuber for the holidays. Yes, we are definitely raiding. That is definitely, this is what we're doing. So let's get her pulled up here so everyone can see.
Oh, this is where Ty is.
There you go. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that adorable? Anyway, we're going to go ahead and raid Sonia. Show her some love. Thank you guys for hanging out, whether it's now or live or with the VODs. For those who are kind of knowing the schedule, as I mentioned, I'm kind of doing a till the end walker. So I'll be doing, what many others have been doing, and just playing 14 Endwalker until completion, and that means we'll be continuing that tomorrow and Sunday, and continuing on that until I finish it up. Then we'll move back to normal things. So if you want to see the next zone, feel free to just swing by tomorrow at the usual times, 1 p.m. EST. And well, for now, let's get this raid going. And I will see you next time I see you. And until then, you take care, alright? Catch you later.